Стартуем. Да-да. Ай, блядь.
What can I do for you, Captain? All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities. We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you. Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine.
Охуеть, время замедлять постоянный эффект.
Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Kelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Чудесная женщина, она хозяйка кабана. Хозяйка одного славного черного рынка на первопроходца. Она достанет тебе ключ для посадки в Стеллер-Бэй.
Gladys and I have been doing business for years. Her smuggling credentials are unimpeachable. If anyone can get you a key to Monarch, it's her. Without a skip drive, good luck. You'll be dead before you make it to the nearest star. Look, I admire your optimism, but the sad truth is you're stuck here. You, me, and the rest of this colony. We're all skating precariously around the edge of oblivion together. None of us are leaving Halcyon alive, so we may as well make it a better place, and we can start by reviving the hope. Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of a nav key as a set of flight instructions. The board's been confiscating nav keys for Stellar Bay, so we must rely on unconventional means of acquisition. Hence, Miss Gladys Kilkelly. In theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia, and in theory, I suppose you might survive the experience. Cascadia is utterly seething with dangerous, highly aggressive creatures, more than capable of tearing you limb from limb. You'd have to be a lunatic to land in Cascadia, and I'm reasonably certain I tested your brain for incipient signs of insanity. Trust me, talk to Gladys Kilkelly. Excellent, I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology years ahead of its time. I call it the holographic shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the
Голографический плащ.
Marvelous device. I'm quite proud of myself. The shroud changes the user's appearance to mimic that of another. It has limits. First-generation technology, you see, but promising.
В Райана Гослинга превращусь.
Very simply, the holographic shroud uses biometric information contained on standard identity cartridges to generate a holographic projection around you. Only stands up to a casual scrutiny. Use it too long, bound to flicker, blur, something like that. Movement makes it more likely. Best used in moderation. When you see guards in your path you can't sneak past, for example. Maintain your distance. Act normal. No running, no jumping. Don't draw their attention. If they pay attention, they're more likely to notice flaws in the hologram. A change of clothes. What is this? Some old spy serial? What inattentive and brainless guard would be fooled? The holographic shroud masks not only your clothes, but your face and fingerprints. It modulates your voice and sweetens your breath.
Освежает дыхание голографическими маскировками.
Science, that's how. The beauty is they don't expect it. The shroud is the only one of its kind. We humans have a tendency to activate the disguise, walk past someone. What do they see? A figure dressed like a fellow employee. Don't act odd. They won't focus on you. Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation to...
Ну все, блять, что... Нихуя. О, детальки новые появились. Можно еще полутаться.
Yeah, so this is my hidey spot now. I was looking for a place that was quiet. I figured the kitchen would be louder than the hold, so here I am. Cozy-like, ain't it? That's in pretty good shape considering how hard Mr. Hawthorne ran it. It's a Yakita LHA 120, A2 model, I'm pretty sure. The Block 2 design scooshed in extra cargo space but didn't change the stock engines. Probably a touch underpowered, huh?
Accurate in all particulars. I conclude you are Edgewater's board-certified mechanic.
Fly-by-wire's pretty normal. Or leastways, that's what I read in the trades. I've never been on a real ship before. Hello! I am not a board-certified mechanic, but my dad was.
Speech recognition is one of the many skills I have been programmed to...
You're not simulating it, you're doing it! I asked a question and you answered it.
I am gratified you consider this facsimile convincing. I am at your disposal, Ms. Parvati. You will find the technical schematics in the engineer's locker, though I'm afraid Captain Hawthorne has lost the owner's manual.
I don't see any holes in the hull. I'll take a good squint at her, make sure everything's tip-top. But I think we're cooking with plasma torches. You can do that, you know. My dad taught me how to make grilled cheese sandwiches with a plasma torch. Mostly, yeah. I lived in the maintenance office near all my life. Mr. Thompson never let me forget how funny that was. I'm not exactly a model employee. Not like you wanted. The kind that stays quiet and gets the right work done. It's not normal for anyone to do as their parents. You take a vocational test. That decides your schooling and your career. When I tested out for maintenance, everyone figured it was on account of my dad. They were real unhappy with us. Well, they're powerful good tests. They rattled off this whole list of names who'd worked on them, with fancy bits hanging off them. Doctors and esquires and the thirds. Even if you don't believe they actually catch what everybody's best at, everybody's got to take them. So at least it's fair-ish. Because they were hoping their own kid would get the job and get sent back to Edgewater. When folk go away for schooling, they don't get back to where they begun. Not usually. You go straight to your first job, wherever the company's got an opening. Real smart folk design the tests. They use these things called algorithms. They take into account what fulfills you. If somebody isn't happy in the job they get, it's likely on account of a poor attitude. Well, I'm good at making things work the way they ought. Not so much at doing such to somebody else's schedule. There's times I'm working deep in the guts of a loader, getting it all running perfect. Then I look up to see it's tomorrow, and I've blown another deadline. Anyhow, I was happy to get back home. I didn't care much for schooling. Oh, there were a whole lot of reading, not nearly enough doing. Like, before they'd issue you a wrench, they wanted an essay on the design of different wrenches. Then there'd be quizzes on company regulations for storage and maintenance of wrenches. As soon as I got permission, I spent all my time in the machine shop. They had all manner of parts, but they didn't want me using them, so I had to sneak them sometimes. I even slept in there. Had a hammock tied up in the rafters. Before I left, I installed a little skylight for myself, so I could see the stars. Teachers came through now and again, looking for slackers or contraband, but I was always working. They liked that. Otherwise, I tried not to call attention to myself. Just stay quiet in a corner, and I'll get overlooked. When my roommates tried to talk, I'd get so nervous I'd be drenched in sweat. It was easier for everybody when I stayed off on my own. I doubt any of them remember me now. Yep, nothing much had changed. Everything was a little grayer, a little dirtier. Dad met me at the shuttle and gave me a big ol' hug. I noticed straight away that he was moving slower and stiffer. He made a little grunt when I squeezed. No, but a whole life taking care of Edgewater by his lonesome, working with all kinds of chemicals, when I left for school, everything got harder for him. I used to help him lift the heavy things, and my hands didn't shake for the fine detail work. About a year. I tried to do more of the work, so he could rest. His heart gave him pains. Dad never said that he loved me, you know? I knew on account of him showing it. How he'd stay up late to help with my projects, or listen to... Oh gosh. Look at the time. Sorry to bend your ears so long. And I got so much to do before this ship's in decent shape.
Так, и чё? И чё? Хуя себе. Это что такое? Уборочная машина Сэм. Потому что он никак не реагирует. На его корпусе выгравирован серийный номер, в котором включены 3 буквы Сэм. Где, блять? После того, как там взбунтовались автоматоны, что-то мне не хочется, чтобы такая хуевина ездила. Это не петуния. Современный стальной ключ и вы. Для книги множество кораблей. Полный ящик инструментов. Тут полно уникальных инструментов для узких зайчиков. По ящику легко решиться пальцем. Здесь много острых лезвий. И Бигайл. Первый гаечный ключ, который мне подарил отец. Моя лучшая подруга. Ящик ключик. Джары, пожилой мужчина с добрыми глазами. Наверное, еще кого-то можно поселить. Может, блять, того священника можно было взять.
I need to increase the toilet section to account for the amount of fiber in those Spacer's Choice meals.
Наверное, можно всякое складывать. И что такое? Голографический плащ. Тут что? Сообщение. Оружие бездны. Я. Голографический плащ. Голографический плащ создает для вас и напарников завесу, которая позволяет попасть в закрытые зоны, если у вас есть картридж с соответствующим удостоверением. Закрытые зоны доступны только для местных сотрудников, остальных разрешено убивать на месте. Нихуя себе. Так, и чё, как им пользоваться? Знак Эджвотера. Дезертиры мечтали избавиться от пристального надзора коллеги и вести независимость. Вы помогли им усвоить важный урок. Никогда не мечтайте. Да. Так, ну, 8 уровень. Это у меня из-за куртки. Скрытность, незаметность узлом упали. Так, что это? Во, вот это надо, точняк. Это же, блядь, как раз для меня перк. Чтобы много носить всякого хлама. Кстати, насчет хлама. Часы. Цена, нихуя себе, сколько стоит.
Captain Hawthorne used to be more dashing.
Что написано на терминале Хоторна? В капитанской каюте нашли записи, повествующие о его попытках превратить автоматон Сэм в оружие. Хотел заменить заводской бак для моющего средства на бак с кислотой, но так и не забралась в детали своей. Ладно. Запись, упоминающая одного ученого из первопроходца, который хвастался тем, что исследовал какое-то мощное оружие. Возможно, на станции можно узнать больше. Одной из записей, которая упоминается. Где? Понятно.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles ago, I'm sure with the intent to modify it, but I've never seen it up and running. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify SAM. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work remains in order for SAM to properly operate. What part of the colony would you like to discuss? We're cleared to dock with the Groundbreaker if that's your desired destination. If we're going there, please be sure all docking forms have been filed in triplicate and fees have been paid. The Mardettes take their docking laws quite seriously. The Groundbreaker was Halcyon's original colony ship. It has since been repurposed as a service station in the Lagrange point of the system. Freighters often deliver or pick up goods from the groundbreaker en route to other destinations. The city ship hosts an array of cargo bays, factories, housing sections, and more. Many of Halcyon's companies maintain office spaces with stationed representatives in what is considered a truly neutral territory within the system. If we're going there, please be sure all docking forms have been filed in triplicate and fees have been paid. The Mardettes take their docking laws quite seriously. I can, yes. Let me add that to my list of 1,435,498 tasks I am simultaneously executing in order to run our ship. Order does not compute. Nevertheless, I will endeavor to execute my current and future tasks without lip. Of course. What part of the colony would you like to discuss? How can I be of assistance? I have lots of minutes. Many minutes. Unlimited minutes, perhaps. Providing an adequate power source, I can function indefinitely. I prefer to think of it as being in a state of slumber, perhaps for an indefinite duration of time. Do you think that is what it's like for the colony? When I simulate myself in such a scenario, I do not find it to be desirable. I think my self-preservation protocols incline me to desire the alternative. Traveling the system with you, Captain.
Нихуя ты. Может, тебя в робота Сэма засунуть и будешь со мной путешествовать, когда я найду бак с кислотой?
Do you know what it feels like when the ship undergoes an unexpected power surge? A jolt to the system. As you may be aware, Captain Alex Hawthorne was a smuggler of some repute. I failed to predict. In our travels together, Alex liked to pass time by, as he called it, tinkering to improve my design. If you mean, was Captain Hawthorne my first? Yes, he was. How can I be of assistance? Certainly, Captain. Well, how do linear algebraists settle arguments about matrix transposes? With a duel. Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's Choice.
Everyone in Halcyon is contractually obligated to label this or another board-certified jingle. As you wish, Captain. Take care. I require a functioning captain to run the ship.
Жесть. Так, и чё, куда мне? В Тартар нельзя? И она еще не крутится, а это что такое? Погнали сюда. Ты чё? Рекомендации для путешественников от космоса. Вас приветствует карта системы. Здесь вы можете видеть все планеты системы, а также важные места, которые сумели обнаружить. Вы можете отправиться на корабле в любое уже открытое место, но для посадки в некоторых точках требуются коды и ключи. Межпланетные путешествия считаются предельно опасными, поэтому рекомендуем сотрудникам оставаться дома лучше, а еще лучше на работе. Так. Ух, нихуя. Так. Че я там хотел? Или нет, не так? Так хотел заменить. Или даже вот так. Не, хуйня. Че, у меня два таких? Нахера мне два? Так. Тогда, блядь. Так, нет. Некоторые виды энергетического оружия предназначены, чтобы провести более мощную атаку. Только атаки, чтобы накопить... Что сказать хочешь?
Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson? I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff. Gosh, no, Captain. I aim to stay so long as I'm welcome. I figured Junlei and I could confabulate over wireless, or by message. And maybe when we put into Groundbreaker, I could stop by to visit her sometimes. But only when you don't need me with you. Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it worth your time. Did you want to talk about something else?
Так, ну что там? Погнали. Я вот так и не понял, что лучше продавать или, блядь, это самое. И разбирать на запчастики. И моё. Это моя. Мой драндулет.
Captain. Hey, Captain. I'm in space. I never thought I'd be able to say that.
Поздравляю.
Something you need?
Just checking your ship's manifest. Standard procedure. Welcome to Groundbreaker, by the by. Don't mind the heat. Got a few days before it reaches critical. I'm sure Miss Chief Tennyson will get it sorted before then.
Кто-то мне, блядь, подсказывает, что мне нужно будет ей помогать придумать что-нибудь.
That's not the point. This halfwit just knocked out one of my workers.
Yeah, with a tossball stick. I heard you the first time. There weren't any witnesses.
No witnesses. He's not even denying it.
Jackass had it coming.
Shut it, Felix. You're not making this any better.
You get cute with me again, you little back bay brat, I will toss you out an airlock.
This is the Groundbreaker, not Byzantium. You ain't the law here. I am. Now move along.
I don't have time for this. I need a drink.
Морпух.
Just arrived? Head over to customs. Wheeler needs to process you.
Going for a
Sure,
stroll
sure.
around the docking base? Sure was. Got a knack for upsetting the board and the Mardettes all at once. Between you and me, I was hoping they'd come to fisticuffs. I had this foreman, right? Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head full of boasting.
Некоторые броники обыграли моих рейнджеров. Голова затряслась.
Exactly. I was only doing what any self-respecting ranger... Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a back bay's dock worker. Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation. You know something? I am lucky. I ought to raise a glass of 0G to my fortune, if I had the bits. Hey, not for nothing, but I saw you wander out of that ship over there by the dock. Wouldn't happen to be yours, would it? Oh, just musing is all. Must be nice having the run of the colony. Never being anchored to one place, always chasing some horizon. Hey, I don't want to talk your ears off, guessing you got places to be. I appreciate your time. Oh, not at all. Just, you know, gonna figure out what to do next. See you around, boss.
Yeah, I've done work for Subway.
Грузчик, парень работящий. А, туда нельзя перепрыгнуть, ну блин. Разыскивается Гуннар Макред. Макред? Живым или мертвым? Капитан Гуннар Макред. Макред? Несколько эпизодов публичного пьянства, уничтожения собственности первопроходца, неоплату стыковочного сбора и сопротивления аресту. Свяжитесь с комендантом Санитой, если у вас есть информация о местонахождении Макреда. Отказ скрыть подобную информацию может вернуться штрафом и тюремным заключением. Чтобы получить награду, представьте доказательства смерти преступника. Что, ему, с него тоже палец снять? Пункт подделка, заговор с целью заговора. Иская практика без лицензии, уничтожение собственности коллеги.
I wonder what that fella did to get the board so riled at him.
Customs and inspection, right this way.
Так, у меня тут где-то одинаковые были. А, я разобрал же его. Десяточка ровно. Красиво. Запечатано.
Just arrived? Head over to customs. Wheeler needs to process you.
Identification, please. Captain Hawthorne, you said. Let me apologize in advance. I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. Probably.
Наверное.
You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative here on Groundbreaker. His office is located along the starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. Can't miss it. Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important. You take the starch out of them, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor?
Нихуя ты. А ты мне чё, блядь?
Now, hold on, it'll just take a minute. Wanda Dorset over in sickbay, tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it.
Отсеки. Ванду Дарсет. Скажите ей, что груз пока не доставлен, что скоро его не доставит. Я буду очень благодарен, если она отцепится от меня.
Much appreciated. Is there anything else I can help you with? You noticed, huh? What can I say? We're passionate folks, and the board can't abide that independent spirit, especially not when it might impact their bottom line. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them.
Угу. Значит, если с этими подружиться, можно коллеги и поднасрать.
It's a delicate balance, right? We could cancel their freighters' docking privileges in retaliation, but where'd that lead us? They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new groundbreaker and put us out of business.
The board wouldn't do that. Would they?
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we may do all right. So far, anyway.
Прикольно, что этот напарник там в разговоры встревает, начинает там 5 своих копеек вставлять. Не просто болванчиком стоит.
Yep. Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing base. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year. Sure thing. The fence. You'll find her in the rest and go, on your left when you enter the promenade. Make sure you bring an empty belly. Most places are on the promenade deck. Big door yonder, straight through security. There's a bar on the starboard side. I got a preference for the Lost Hope myself. Talk to Vera. She'll set you right. You need anything else? You let me know. Don't want anyone saying Groundbreaker's not the most hospitable port in the colony. Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter. 2 biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though. Relative to the board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either. Are you pulling my leg? You must be one of them long-haul freighters from outside the colony. Well, I won't hold it against you. Goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we now call the Board. Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and dropped dirt side, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are. Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it myself. Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing bays. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year.
Вот, наверное, почему коллеги не хочет, чтобы Надежду размораживали. Чтобы второй вот такой вот первопроходец не появился. Своевольный.
Glad to help. Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Junlei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird. In a good way.
If you're thinking to make a career here, don't waste your time. Full-time jobs on Groundbreaker tend to be inherited, or go to a fellow crew member's kid. Keep it in the family, you know.
Занятость определяется по наследству. В том случае к детям товарищей в команде.
They strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the creeps. I've known folks who went to work for them and just vanished. They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them. All right. He's friendly enough unless you speak ill of the board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a board man and all. He's our liaison. Sure thing. Be seeing you.
Открывай. А, нихуя открыл.
I picked up this weird signal the other day. It was coming from Monarch.
Here we go again. No one lives on Monarch. It's a wasteland. You were hearing things.
No, seriously. There was a lot of static at first, but then this voice said his name was Graham?
Graham, right. Broadcasting on a dead world full of monsters. Now I've heard everything.
You know, it takes more muscles to frown than to smile.
Who told you that? Graham?
Asshole.
Ну, нихуя специально для меня положили, чтобы я этим плащом воспользовался. Картридж с удостоверением. Вы нашли картридж с удостоверением, которое можете использовать в паре с голографическим плащом. Теперь вы автоматически замаскируетесь, войдя в соответствующую закрытую зону. Хуя себе. А ты вот прям как будто бы, блядь, не видел, что я там что-то спиздил. Нихуя себе. Ладно. Тут что? На засове.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Ой, срочный выпуск.
The board would like to remind spacers and other travelers that passage to Monarch is restricted for your protection. Canyons of acid and sulfur rain are the least of the horrors plaguing the surface
Ну вот и
of
кислота
Monarch.
нашлась, которая прямо вставится.
Anarchists live as one with the animals, lawless, savage, and unemployed. The board's embargo ensures that nothing can leave the planet and threaten our hardworking citizens. This is Halcyon News, reminding you that there's no I in news, no we in Halcyon, and no Mercury in Saltuna.
Ну понятно, значит там точно есть ртуть.
Keep him quiet, Cap.
Бля, не дышит. Ключ-карта. А, это по карманам пошариться, что ли? Это что такое? Новости Алкиона. Медиа-цирк сдает клоунов-циркачей. Интриги Тосбола становятся все менее предсказуемыми. Так скажем, клоуны циркачей полностью... Состав владелец произошедшие изменения прокомментировал так: неспособность клоунов выйти в финал стала решающим фактором для начала масштабных перестановок. На вопрос, каковы будут новые ориентиры команды, представитель клоунов ответил, что стратегия останется прежним: бросать мяч и выигрывать. Нихуя себе, ну да, изи. Новости председатель работы мистера Кларка. Министра. Председатель Роквилл нашел в своем загруженном графике время, чтобы поговорить о мистере Кларке и о том, какой вклад он вносит в развитие колонии. Я очень доволен тем, как далеко мы с министром, блять. Министром Кларком продвинулись за последние 8 лет. Отметил на его. Предшественник был замечательным специалистом, однако гениальность Кларка невозможно переоценить. Программа досрочного выхода на пенсию — это лишь последняя из длинного списка предложенных им инициатив, благодаря которым он будет дальше завидовать все остальные колонии. Золотые слова, господин председатель. По-любому. Что, вы заставку смотрите?
Mechanicals all over, but they still got us sweating to move boxes.
It's always fucking freezing in the bays.
О, Ты чё за хер? Рядовой Ли.
Hi
Вырос.
there. Haven't seen you around before. What can Groundbreaker Security do for you today? This is the security desk, ma'am. If you're here to report a crime, you'll want to talk to Commandant Sanita. I'm not authorized to take incident reports anymore. Less than there used to be. Fewer freighters passing through these days. I spend some shifts just listening to the wireless. Search me? I mean, don't search me, because that's my job. Get it? I reckon you'd have to ask the folks in Byzantium. We can't just let anyone walk in here. I wouldn't be, well, it's not... we just don't. Maybe if you clear an open bounty and get in good with Commandant Sanita, or help Chief Tennyson fix this heat, that might warrant a thank you tour or something.
Ладно.
All right.
Ладно.
I'm not so good at filing. Mix up first name and surname 1, 2, 7 times. Well, folks are liable to start taking your filing privileges away.
Мгм.
Unless you're here to file an incident report or to inquire about the bounty posting, I must kindly ask you to clear out. The Mardet's offices aren't for leisure time nor loitering. Do I look like your gossipy best friend? While I'm on post, I take my duties real serious. I would have no qualms whatsoever escorting you to a cell. Understand? Then get to business or get moving. We're the security force here on Groundbreaker. Started back before the crossing, you know. The original force was made up of a Marine detachment from the 77th Marine Expeditionary Unit, Trailward Fleet. Folks started calling us Mardettes because it was easier to say. Guess it stuck. Last tip we got pointed toward the back bays. You want the reward? Do the legwork. Oh, I will. Soon as the chief approves the personnel reorg required for a bounty dispatch. So, in about 3 to 7 weeks. You and about 6 other enterprising mavericks. It's only a matter of time before someone brings me McRed's head, or his lucky lighter, as proof of kill. I do hope you're the lucky hunter, though. Good luck and skip speed to you. Still waiting to hear back on that bounty for McRed. That aside, not much else. Groundbreaker's keeping calm at the moment.
Чё? Нихуя не понял, ладно. Это интересно, там где-то дальше есть перк, чтобы выше прыгать, например?
Stay in the public areas and we'll get along fine.
Welcome.
This is how
Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Украсть плакат. Зачем, блядь?
Do you have what it takes to defend your corporate township from the dangers of alien wildlife and the unemployed?
That last 0G was a mistake.
Talk to your local manager about applying for military training and lend your life to protecting our wonderful brands and products. Military service does not guarantee full employment rights.
I try and keep the place clean in case Chief Tennyson stops by.
Military burial, participation in training or weapons.
Бля, можно ее выключить, чтобы она мне на полэкрана, блядь, титры свои не высирала?
Seeking relief from the heat? Till June Lay gets those radiators fixed, I've got the next best thing. The radiators, they're fucked 10 ways to Sunday. And we're all sweating buckets wondering when the powers that be are gonna get around to fix. Couldn't say, and I wouldn't be pouring drinks professionally if I could. All I know is we're cooking in our own juices here, and it's only gonna get worse. That's not for me to say. But if you're feeling the urge, Stellar Bay proper? Tough to say. The board recalled all the nav keys about 10 years back when the Corps pulled back to Terra 2. I hear tell some folk down in the townships are getting offered early retirement. Who'd think of such a thing? What would you do with all the time? There's nobody who knows more about the station's guts. Any system you could name, June's crawled around inside and made it better. She doesn't come around here often, though. Don't see her as much of a drinker. Too straight-laced for that. What ain't I got?
This is Halcyon News.
Чё? Ключ-карта бара «Последняя надежда».
Need directions? Try an engineer. Groundbreaker's a bit of a maze. Welcome to the Lost Hope, our little tribute to the mystery.
What do you think you're doing? Sorry for the misunderstanding.
Ну да. Плюс экспа. Блять, ухудшил репутацию. Пиздец.
It's always fucking freezing in the bays.
Но мне кажется, тем, что я там помогу что-нибудь починить, там что-нибудь еще сделаю, репутация повысится, улучшится.
Got it. Heads down.
Ничего не делаю, вообще мимо проходил.
Ooh, can we rent an upstairs room?
We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Tossball finals are scheduled to air soon, but a scandal has rocked the league and thrown this pivotal game into question. Both teams have tested negative. A tossball first. Coaches and referees are debating how and if this behavior could lead to an unfair advantage. Halcyon News, your mandated duty as a good citizen of Halcyon.
Бля, тебе бы шляпку. Ничего.
How do you do? And welcome to the Rest and Go. We used to be the Go and Rest, but folks never knew when to leave. Sorry. Business has been slow. Anything to occupy the time.
Вот ему бы шляпу, он был похож на
Most of
чела
our supplies come and go through merchants.
с той
Company
планеты.
ships and salvage runs are the only traffic we tend to get. I try and steer clear of that creepy fellow in the moon mask. If there's a cost to being a company man, he paid it in spades. Fine, as long as the board keeps its grubby mitts to itself. Chief Tennyson holds the ship together, the Promenade holds our economy together, and Sublight is the shoddy jewel in our... Our Chief Tennyson has an independent streak, same as her mother and grandmother who rode this ship on the crossing. There's a reason the board's embassy is a glorified shoebox. While Junlei Tennyson lives and breathes, Groundbreaker remains free. Our local garbage collectors. That Lilia Hagen never met a debris field she didn't like. She freely admits she planted her roots in Groundbreaker to escape board oversight. But I think there's more to it. Oh, you can't miss her. Right behind you, number 2. First unit on the left, or second unit from the right, depending on which direction you count from.
Ну заходи, надо дверь закрыть за собой. Они одноразовые, что ли?
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Remember Auntie Cleo? Because she...
Оп, нихуя. Так. Чё это тут у нас? Посмотри, дневник бомжа. Угу. Нихуя себе. Я на 2 корпоративных грузовиках успел послужить, пока сюда не попал. Я слышали мою грустную историю, но им плевать. Для них вроде фонового излучения. Но не я виноват, что капитан решил лететь досрочно. И не я виноват, что никто не проверил. Вся команда на борту. Не я виноват, что меня заменили постоянным сотрудником. Теперь я грязный, нищий, бездомный. Для всех я просто мусор с первого проходца. Так я и живу. Если никто не возьмет меня в команду, так мне и суждено умереть. Нихуя себе, это, блядь, что, напрашивается, что ли, ко мне? Четыре койки, нихуя. Ой, тут мне уже нельзя находиться. Посторонних застрелят без предупреждения и оштрафуют. Ну, прикольно, что в таком порядке, конечно. Голографическая маскировка включена. Активировав голографическую плашку, вы получили временный доступ в эту закрытую область. Движение тратит энергию плаща, когда шкала плаща опустит, персонал двинется к вам, чтобы вмешаться. Вы можете решить дело словами, либо вновь включить плащ, но это просто будет куда сложнее. А на месте стоять похуй. Так, ладно. Запомнили. Я туда лезть не буду. Если там что-то есть, я все равно ж ни хера не пойму. Так, а что это? Что это? Враги появились на радаре? Хм.
Carry on.
Bless my heart. A stranger come knocking on a poor old woman's door.
Бедная
You here for a
старушка.
particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient or an oven. Just like store-bought. Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least. Now, I only have the one nav key. And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in.
Не, ну 10 у меня есть. Но интереснее же квестики повыполнять. 10 тысяч хули. Чего, блядь, не раз нафармлю.
Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility.
Гибкостью моральных норм, ну да.
Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some bits. But if you've got qualms, might want to acquaint yourself with Junlei Tennyson, Groundbreaker's chief. She's been trying to get a handle on this heat problem we've got. You'll find her fretting in engineering. I'd say she's a sweet girl, but law forfend someone call me a liar.
Милая, да. Так. Давай
Won
поторгуем.
a charming copper kettle off that girl who runs the pub. She's a fierce arm wrestler, but she's no match for your pal Gladys.
И где этот твой чайничек? Что-то в продаже не вижу. Наебала старая. Совесть-то есть? Не предназначено для боя. Заебись. Крупнокалиберный пулемет. Ух ты. Я знаю, кому его надо дать. Так. А, блядь.
If you're here for this week's magazine club meeting, you're a touch late. Yes, dearie?
Чё за
Ain't that just a treat? So, you know Edna, over in engineering? She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the Groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway. And Auntie Cleo abandoned that place years ago. Can't say I know for sure. Maybe it never really was.
Comm centers don't operate themselves, Captain. Someone had to have sent that distress call manually.
Those corps are cleverer than all get out. Might have been a ruse to keep the rest of the board from sniffing around. Edna didn't seem to think so, and I trust the dear girl's judgment. Well, maybe not in men, but she knows her comms. So, like as not, someone's been down there recently. And if someone set up shop in Roseway, I'd wager they got something to hide. Quite the opposite, I believe. Nothing terribly secret about gunfire, is there? If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. Corporate bigwigs will... The more we got the corps fighting each other, the less time they got to meddle in our affairs. My goodness, aren't you quick on the uptake? I like that. Should you find yourself responding to a certain distress call, and in so doing find yourself in possession of certain valuable corporate secrets, well, then we ought to have a chat over a pot of tea and my famous cookies.
Famous cookies?
Law bless your atoms. Here's a copy of the SOS recording, complete with the coordinates. Don't forget to come find old Gladys when you're done. Anytime, sweetheart. You know where to find me. Here, take a candy with you.
Пурпуричный кулак. Чё это? Набор, чё, блядь? Чё на втором этаже? Просто так лежат, нихуя. Опа-на. Тут как в Atomic Heart пылесоса в руке не хватает. Чтобы всякую такую шляпу лутать.
Still getting acquainted? Can't go wrong if you stick to the promenade. didn't quite catch that. You'll have to speak up. Huh. Now that I heard.
Да-да, блядь. Конспирология. О, кста. Так. Что сюда сунуть? Что сюда сунуть? Любой хавчик. А что, один только положился? Хотя... А как? Ладно. Ну, похилился, получается.
Just passing through, minding my own business.
Так, прогрушаешься?
I'm sorry. Am I causing a scene?
Че?
See, Furu? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to Jesse in the first place. Let me get one thing straight. Jesse and I are not friends. I just owe her, okay? As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors. You say that like it's weird. Like I said, Jessie did me a favor, and now I owe her one. I just don't like to leave a debt unpaid, that's all. Be my guest. If you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureaucracy, I'll be impressed.
Я, блядь, квесты сейчас не беру. Нужные, ненужные. Ну тут их, мне кажется, не настолько много, чтоб я потом охуел их разогревать.
What seems to be the problem? If only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. I'll tell you what I've told the others. The records say Miss Doyle checked herself in and requested I admit no visitors. The requests of our patients are paramount, so no, you may not see her. She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff would falsify patient records, if that's what you're implying. Not without dispensation from Chief Junlei, I fear. Supplies are hard to come by out here. We don't have the ability to manufacture our own medical supplies here on Groundbreaker. Regrettably, we are dependent on the board for such mundane items as bandages and antibiotics, as well as more critical resources like adequately trained staff. We'd nearly signed a supply agreement with Anti-Cleos, but they demanded we only use their branded drugs, and that's simply not tenable. Take care.
А что, мне можно сюда заходить? А, мне туда нельзя заходить. Ванда.
Can't say I've seen you before. I take it you're a freighter captain? If you're here to better yourself, you'll have to wait. We're having a spot of trouble with our delivery service.
Я и так красивый.
He must be referring to Irion. I'm sure the fool's gotten himself into another scrape. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm ever gonna get my service mechanicals at... I'd be grateful if you'd spare the time. We need his delivery
Просто
soon
так,
as
нахуй,
yesterday.
4000 экспена, блядь.
Last he told me, he was taking a shortcut by Scylla, an asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. That's where I'd start, were I the adventuring type. You look out, though. The place is probably crawling with outlaws.
Какой X нахуй, ты чё? Эй. Ой, блядь, на меня не кашляй только, ты чё?
Now, where'd that patient run off to?
Нихуя себе. Кто покашлял. Это чё? Медицинская карта больного. У пациента наблюдаются необычные побочные эффекты после последней гибернации. Пациент жалуется на сколько медленно текущие дни. Словно время для него замедлилось. Впервые вижу настолько серьезное осложнение. Рекомендую прием стимуляторов с высокой дозировки. С симптомами мы справимся, но что делать с причиной? Постараюсь связаться с командой транспортников и врачами корпорации на Этере-2. Вдруг что-нибудь подскажут. Важно. Итак, межзвездные команды называют это скачковой лихорадкой. Каждый указывает кого-то, с кем можно поговорить, якобы тут больше по теме знает. Говорят, что тяжелые случаи болезни приводят к полному распаду тела и разума пациента. Врачи, коллеги, те, что взяли на себя труд ответить, настаивают, что пациент симулирует, чтобы отлынивать от работы. Не думаю, что я имею дело с симулянтом. Мне что-то доказать, если коллеги даже не хочет смотреть на доказательства. Вот действительно, блядь.
Good luck getting to Jesse, and better luck if you work.
Есть у меня мысль одна. Аля, тупчик. О, тут F5 работает, ну заебись. Бомжи не вернулись? Угу. Ага. Это просто операционная, что ли? Попиздили отсюда. Эх, я-то думал. Ладно, так. О, точняк. Крупнокалиберный пулемет вот тебе. Ща вот всех разъебет. Наверное. Надо к головастику подойти. Ты что-то возле него терся, так и не поговорил.
Sorry about the heat. Chief Tennyson will get the radiators fixed soon. Of course, this heat sure makes a 0G brew extra refreshing. It's an ale that's good for what ails you. Oh, and it's not the best choice. A lot of slogans to keep track of. Sometimes I forget. Heard of it? My orientation aether wave showed that famous Saltuna cannery, which I'm sure smells as good as it looks.
Yeah. I hope they're gonna be okay.
That's a spacer's choice beer. Take what you have, polish it up, and make the best of it. So, what can I get you? Some soap? Everyone loves soap. Everyone will love you for using it, too. I'm bound to satisfy headgear-related inquiries. Please send any complaints to our Consumer Care Headwear Division. It's not the best choice! It's Spacer's choice! Taste the freedom! You would never ask if you knew what it's like in here. I mean, why, anyone can be a Spacer's Choice Consumer Relations Choice Specialist. Just keep your nose clean. Oh, I'm having a stellar day. Not just because I'm legally obligated to say so. Almost as stellar as Spacer's Choice is a I can see all of the top quality merchandise in the Spacer's Choice catalog. Spacer's Choice regrets that we don't sell toothpaste at this time, but we're always working. Sprat Wash, Mouthwash, and Mantafloss are among the exciting line of dental goods currently in development. Don't miss out on these deals. You'll find none like them on all of Groundbreaker. Trouble sleeping? Try our Lunar Eclipse Mix. That's 2 handfuls of pep pills washed down with a hearty swig, a 2-hour energy. The blast will send you through the stratosphere, and the crash will knock you out cold, guaranteed. Add an additional 10% to your purchase today, and the proceeds will be donated to Spacer Care. At Spacer's Choice, we care about your health and emotional well-being. That's why we put Martin through 6 years of vendor school, only to make him wear this hat. Even if my contract didn't forbid it, I think it's part of me now. Now, are you ready to make space? Damn it. No slogan for that one. Look, this hat, my job. It may not seem like much to a brave space captain, but they're all that I have. If there are self-made purgatories, then we all have to live in them. Mine can be no worse than someone else's. Now, if we're done with the chit-chat, I hope you don't mind if I make the most of this short life and try to be the best moon. It's fine. Speaking of interest, can I interest you in some quality budget goods? At Spacer's Choice, we cut corners so you don't have to. Anything and everything. Whatever you want, we got it. And when you need a replacement, we got that too. Have a look.
Блять, не то нажал, ладно. 50% скидка. Они одинаковые все. Ложь плюс 5. Интересно, блядь. Это что? Просто хуй. Ой. Жуй. Ладно, стой, торгуй. Так, тут был.
Nicely done.
Ладно.
I was wondering what they do with their waste. I guess they just chuck it down here. Where's it all go? How about I stay up top? You know, keep watch, okay?
Вот ты сказал, что там останешься, ладно. Смятая инструкция. Фрэнки узнал про какой-то лом неподалеку. Один из старых ангаров первопроходца оказался замурован. Тут его нашли, копаясь. Общение грузчиков. Лилия сказала, что как только разберемся с имеющимися делами, можем его застолбить. Разведать ищи панель, которая плохо движется. Нужно залезть через их койки, чтобы выбраться на дальней стены. Вести себя там поосторожнее. Думаю, что за ними следят. Мы с вами все как обычно. Какие панели? Ничего не понял. Ладно. А им похуй. Они не топчутся.
You know that sound when you've snapped on an injector clip? That's how you know your weapon loves you back. I got a full line of weapon modifications I'd be happy to show you. Why, it gets you the weapon best suited for your life.
All the better for performing a little percussive maintenance.
Take your basic Deadeye assault rifle. Perfectly serviceable. But what if you like finesse? Slap a scope and silencer on that bad boy. Bunker down in a bush someplace and pop off heads. What if you like getting in close and making a lot of noise? Extended ammo magazine and a barrel heatsink to bump up rate of fire. No and yes. When you install something, it pops in there real nice, but if you want to replace it, the originals tend to snap like plastic toys. A what? Sorry, hon. Here at Bell's Shells, we just don't discuss impolite topics, and WARRANTIES tops the list. Right here for a start. I got a fair... Only takes a bit of elbow grease. Most ships have a workbench near the... So, what?
Ой, сколько у тебя всяких разных пушек. Потом посмотрю. Так, тут был. Что там по квестам? О, ну-ка, погнали.
Sublight for life.
Хуя он крутой.
Oh, neat. They got stuff in here I ain't seen in ages.
Чё, все, наемники есть? Серьезный.
Miss Lilia takes good care of us, see? The authorities stay off our trails.
Ну ладно.
If you're hungry, you've come to the right place. I've got a fresh ground batch of spratwurst cooking. They're terra-fried to lock in the juices. How about a grinder's dozen? You know what sprats are? Space rats. The laboratories of Spacer's Choice found a use for this limitless frontier resource. Sprat meat is plenty tasty when properly prepared. We grind them up in sausages, then terra-fry them in their own juices. Terra-frying is a Spacer's Choice brand secret. A mix of 13 herbs and spices, plus a dash of modern chemistry. Legally? No. The terra-frying method was developed and marketed by Spacer's Choice. Between you, me, and this grinder, I've been through lean times. If there's one thing you learn on tramp freighters, it's how to make near. Might be that this old... Absolutely not. Spratwurst and all related. Boar, the other meat, is a registered trademark of C&P. Just as well. Near about time for... Long as you don't mind me just fresh from the ground.
You look like someone who's taken their share of cuts and bruises. Need some armor? Maybe it's a bit secondhand, but that's only a testament to its durability. We also have a line of specialized melee weapons. Everything I sell is fresh from the forge. Technically, the metal formed billions of years ago, but it's freshly in this shape. Not me, but it's in my blood. After the crossing, my family worked Eridanos, indentured to the corporations. Not from around here, are ya? After leaving Earth, they worked a local gas giant from a floating refinery. Dangerous work. I was born into corporate labor, but I'm the first one of my family to buy my way out. That's why I settled on Groundbreaker. It's the last bastion of freedom.
Ох, сколько у тебя курточек. Какую-то, может, тут такую взять, чтобы стелсом двигаться, а то у меня, блядь, куртка большая, тяжелая. Тип брони, одежда. Сколько их тут? 4 получается? Так. Ну, это такая себе курточка, может ее нахер взять, например, вот такую. Всего 400. И какую-нибудь легонькую. О, навык незаметности плюс 5. Шапка чё? Шапка, блядь, незаметность не уменьшает. Это тоже можно продать. И тогда оставить стандартная пехотная броня.
Itching to whack someone.
Скрытность. Легкое оружие, скрытность, уклонение, блок. Максимальная дальность действия магнички 2,5 метра. Хуя себе. А вот интересно, если я на девчушку на свою напялю куртку. Где там? Вот эту. Уменьшится ли скрытность у нее? У нее вообще где есть такой показатель? Нету. Ну пусть она тогда, наверное, в этой куртке будет. Бля, не приблизить. Так, вот это, наверное, продать.
Welcome.
Ну, как-то так. Видимо, наверное. Что такое? Променад. Опа, она что, закрыта? Ключ тетушкиной кухни.
Hearty greeting, potential customer. Welcome to Auntie's Kitchen, a home-style consumable protein dispensary. This unit dispense proteins for your ingestion. This unit is programmed to simulate shock at such assertions. Shock simulation non-functional. Shock simulation restored. Initiating shocked subroutine. How dare you? Shocked subroutine complete. Estimated guilt level of customer increased by 35%. Resuming protein dispensation protocol. This unit dispense proteins for your ingestion. Beginning dispensing sequence. Please unblock all relevant facial protein ingestion tubes.
Давай, суй свой белок. Уручные ближнего боя. Высокий колпак шеф-повара. Бля, вот это было бы круто, наверное, в таком колпаке махаться. Чем-нибудь двуручным.
Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorists. Have you seen this man? Reward
Ой, не
offered for
спизду.
information leading to the capture of noted terrorist Phineas Wells. Report
Ты чё, блядь, стекло?
local board embassy. Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorist
Что
Phineas
делается?
Wells.
Go
Report
back to
any sightings to your
Byzantium, you
local board
gold-plated
embassy.
bastards.
Yeah, no one wants you on Groundbreaker.
These stairs are board property. Disperse now, or I'll detain you for trespassing.
Oh, real scary. You're really gonna arrest us on our station?
Yeah, this is Chief Junlei's ship. You don't own shit here.
Step back. I'm required by board bylaws to use excessive force.
The Mardettes would space you for trying, you waste of O2 scrubbers.
Yeah, O2 scrubbers.
Look, just get out of here before I tell your captain what you've been getting up to on the clock.
Whatever. We got a date at the Lost Hope anyway.
Is this really what you want to be doing with your life, Marcy? Guarding stairs for that walking mustache Udon fucking Bedford? I gotta get off this detail.
Прикольно. Так. Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Ну, погнали к этой.
Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the
Ой,
capture of
это
noted
чё?
terrorist Phineas Wells. Report
Лифт?
any sightings to your local board embassy.
И тут аж прям как будто жаришка такая вся.
Those XF411s? And an old Yakita 37? You think they'd let me peek at the power plant?
Townships have asked Halcyon News to make a statement regarding rumors of food shortages.
Чё, ты кто, блядь? Да ничего на тебе подписи на
about the
твоей.
only thing holding this leaky old wreck together.
Corporate leaders of Halcyon have tailored their product lines to be selective to the refined.
Good law, the heat in here is so unbearable I can hardly even concentrate. Junlei better hurry up with those damn repairs already.
Halcyon News, your only source for news in the Halcyon colony.
Чё над тобой тоже подпись нет? Чё за хер? Инженер. Инженер. Здравствуйте.
Junlei Tennyson. I'm captain around here, but chief to my friends. Hope you don't mind the formal introduction. Groundbreaker doesn't see many visitors. I heard we had someone in impound. Wish I could help. I gave the bureaucrats a motive authority over freight traffic, and it rankles them good when I challenge it. Just so we understand each other, I'm the final word on the ship. The Mardits, the crew, the engineers, their family. I hope there won't be any problems while you're visiting. Good. Don't go making trouble, and chances are you won't find any. That's how I like it here. So what brings you to Groundbreaker? I'm curious, even though 9 times out of 10 the answer's just passing through. Interesting. The powers that be paint an ugly picture of Monarch. Critters and such. Maybe someone in the promenade can get you the right weapon for the job. We see a lot of the same faces coming and going. Most of them board spies and corporate sprats. Makes it hard to trust outsiders. You seem different, so welcome aboard. You're right, I don't. The board is after two things, bits and power, and they only get it by sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. I placate them when I have something to offer, but I can also be a real hard-ass. It'd be a joy if I could kick out the corporate merchants and reclaim the docking fees in my lifetime. Too much of Groundbreaker's income is flowing in the wrong direction. I'd like to see that change. You've got my attention. Frustrating. Everything down to the circuit boards is past warranty, so I have the pleasure of making life-or-death decisions on a shoestring budget. Plus, there's no time to train my successor or document fixes in a way that anyone outside the family would understand.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I'm really just a dab hand with a wrench. Nothing special. Not like a chief engineer.
Don't sell yourself short. It doesn't take a seasoned pro to tinker on Groundbreaker. Just someone who knows how a ship ought to feel. We're always thirsting for help. If you could find your way around this labyrinth of ducts and panels, we could work something out. You see any bite-sized Tennyson children running around? I didn't think so. The next captain won't have my heritage. I'll have to foster that talent from somewhere. It's only a question of when. Sure is. The Tennysons came over on the Groundbreaker. My grandmother, Chief Gaying, kept it together during the crossing and until she died. I was promoted only recently, when my mom died. Then I took the leap from chief engineer to captain.
They must have been amazing people to have taught you all you know, I mean, which is a lot.
That means a lot coming from a fellow engineer. It was different knowing that I couldn't turn to anyone who could answer the tough questions for me. Maybe you can see why I'm protective of Groundbreaker. This ship is family. It's got tinkerings and bypasses that only... I hope that was a joke, Captain. I really do. I gelded that thing years ago. Now it brews a stim that goes down stronger than Nan or Spank. Family recipe.
Банановый свисток.
You've got my attention. Groundbreaker's radiators need replacement parts. They're dumping superheated air into my ship. Only the board has access to new parts, and I won't let them swindle me into a corner. They want us to sweat, thinking that'll soften me up for a bad faith deal. If you'll excuse me, they can go fuck themselves. The board isn't helping and my resources are spread thin. If I don't get those radiators back online, Groundbreaker, everyone aboard, will be cooked alive. Reasonable, huh? That's the best news I've heard all day. According to my grandmother's old schematics, the parts we need should be in the back bays. Sorry, I forgot not everyone knows this ship like I do. The back bays are on a lower deck, long abandoned and a haven for miscreants now. I have. One of my engineers, plus a small security detail. They didn't come back.
Надо срочно туда
I can't
идти.
afford to lose any Mardits
Хоть
on this
пострелять
job.
можно будет.
No offense, but a freelancer like you is more dispensable. Nice and pragmatic. Thanks for understanding. Those idiots are immune to reason, and they don't much care if the station melts to pieces. They're content to die last. If you could find some way to solve this without violence, I'd prefer that. But more than anything, we need those parts. You must not have been here long. In Halcyon, new parts come by way of interstellar freighters from Earth, and the board monopolizes that kind of trade. That means I'd have to negotiate with the board. I've already given them the shops, the docking fees, and a damn embassy. Damn right. And while I'm captain of the Groundbreaker, it falls good. Once you've obtained the parts, we can proceed to the next phase of repairs.
Бать, хуя какое стекло прям. Хорошо помытое.
Sorry about the heat. Here, drink up. No excuse for dehydration on my watch.
What? I didn't think you just...
Parvati, is it? That's a lovely name. What can I do for you?
I was just thinking, I haven't got much experience working with actual, real spaceships, Miss Junlei. Chief Junlei.
Junlei is fine.
Okay. Since you run a whole space station, I was wondering if, well, maybe you could teach me some things. I could message you later, maybe?
I'd be happy to make the time, Parvati. You can ask me anything.
Wow, great! I'll do that then. Messages. Later. Oh, your name's pretty too. I should have said... Sorry. I like it. Honest. Sorry. Couldn't have done it without your moral support, Captain.
Now, if there's nothing else, there are other parts of the ship begging for my attention.
Какие, блядь, милашки, пиздец.
This is Halcyon News. Up to regularly scheduled advertisement for the following
Какого?
story. Spacer's Choice is enjoying an unexpected windfall.
2 раза пушка сама по себе досталась. Так. Куда идти-то, блядь? Кого там? Постреляться уже надо, то нахуй. Уснуть так можно. Так, и что по заданиям?
Orders earning projections.
Где там? А, точно, там шлюх был.
That Chief Junlei sure seems well, huh? Well, I didn't expect her to be so tall. And did you see the size of her arms? What? No. Maybe? I don't... It's... You know how hard it is to find anybody who likes working with tools in a little town like Edgewater? Come on, Captain. I just got my fingers dug into the guts of a real-deal spaceship. You think I'm liable to let go anytime soon? Did you see how everybody on Groundbreaker listens to Junlei? She's just, here's how to fix it. And they trust her. It's just... She's calm and knows what to do.
Welcome to Sublight Salvage and Shipping, a legitimate business for legitimate consumers. You the one flying the unreliable? Sure you are. Miss Lily has been expecting you. I'll unlock the door. Sure am. A few years back, they got me started on simple acquisitions. You know those latches they put on cargo bays ain't worth a damn? These days, I stick to HQ and look after...
Нихуя. Ладно, я пошутил. Пульки, блядь, еще тратить. Офелия Суини. Опасные рубежи. Удивительно, как щедро мы стали отдавать свои силы звездам, когда на Земле решены еще не все проблемы. Хрупкие люди отправились в пустоту космоса. Отправляясь, блять, в пустоту космоса, становятся космиками, поселенцами, однако уязвимыми перед загадками далеких миров. Существование высшей Вышедший в огромный мир цивилизации может оборваться из-за единственной ошибки в расчетах и забытой переменной. Боюсь возможных катастроф. Может, поспешность и непредусмотрительность являются врожденными чертами всего человечества, а не изъянами отдельных его представителей, как иногда утверждают. Наверное. Блять, ладно, тут не буду ковыряться. Что такое? Уважаемые контрактные работники, если вам досаждают власти, юридический отдел рекомендует вооружиться следующим отрывком из Торгового кодекса колоний. В случае транспортировки шишкачины, долговременной консервации, искомый субъект имеет право собирать, накапливать и утилизировать списанную сельскохозяйственную технику и принадлежности с целью извлечения выгоды или повышения эффективности действий. Если кратко, покуда мы везем консервированное мясо, можно собирать детали с тракторов и прочий лам. Именно поэтому я держу в принадлежащем субсвету тире, сейфе, банку шишкачина, а доставляемые вами грузы оформлены как сельскохозяйственное оборудование. Мы все делаем строго по закону. А, нихуя. Космодымать частички.
So you're the new captain in town. I was hoping you'd make your way to my office. Saves me the work of hunting you down. Lilia Hagen, CEO and Executive Director of Aggressive Operations. I'm guessing you already know about Sublight, otherwise you wouldn't have come. A little advice. Before you start telling lies, get a feel for who you're talking to. It's nice to see the Unreliable again. Useful ship. Hawthorne was my contractor. I'd recognize that leaky boat of his anywhere. Is Ada still at the helm? I don't know how many times I told Hawthorne to restore that smartass to factory settings. I have a salvage job for someone light on corporate ties with a reliable set of wings. But there's a catch.
Есть подвох.
Just like in the serials.
If you have a nav key to Stellar Bay, the job's yours. Interested? First, an embargo that's been active ever since the board pulled its forces off-world. Few regulations, plenty of freedom. And second, all the goodies. I like that initiative, but ease back on the throttle. Gladys at the rest and go. If there's anything else, be quick about it. Time is bits.
These days, the scrap business all but runs itself. Gives me the time to expand our interests into other sectors, where I can let my hair down. Our field is persuasive acquisitions. At least that's how my legal advisors tell me to phrase it. Not all of our salvage is abandoned when we find it. Sometimes it takes a polite conversation and a shot across the bow. You know, legal formalities. Your words, not mine. Hey, careful with the C word around here. I like to keep things above board, and that kind of talk only makes trouble. Sublight occupies a legal blind spot. No one knows what we're licensed to do, and that gives our little business some freedom. But let's not tempt fate. Very. I have this thing about number. I like to think of myself as the last honest businesswoman in Halcyon, but I'll settle for being the most organized one. Ask. I have nothing to hide. I don't charge. Be seeing you. Make sure you aren't followed.
Так, чё? Который сможет попасть... А, мне сначала, да, нужно... Глэдис за 10 тысяч, а она... Что там тоже требует. Блять, вот когда-нибудь ткну ведь нахуй, чтобы она это отправлялась на корабль.
If you're here for this week's magazine club meeting, you're a touch late. Yes, dearie? Take that darling ship of yours down to Roseway, where that distress signal I told you about came from, and ferret out some tasty corporate secrets for old Gladys.
А, да, точно.
For a lass like you. Anytime, sweet.
Так, ага. Мне, блять, корабль нужно сначала это. Сначала мне мой корабль нужно заполучить обратно. А, это вниз лифт. Miracle on the... Что там?
Company? A neighbor from above approaches our realm. Back away now, or you'll parley with the king. Look at this ripe piece of meat just sizzling on the grill.
Блять, я шмотки не переодел.
Time to feed the flames.
Is this what carbon monoxide poisoning looks like? I don't think this deck is too well ventilated.
You came with the crew. Welcome. We got plenty of space to spread out, but only room for one captain. You stumbled into my court without an invitation, neighbor from above. If you don't have any business, then it's time to light up the grill. No one turns their back on me while I'm... Incoming!
Так, нахуй. О, бля, нихуя она его снесла.
we headed?
Украсть? У кого, блядь? Вот теперь все мое.
Keep him quiet, Cap. Шарпанный автоматон. Он может, видимо, неожиданно включиться и начинать меня пиздить. Начать. Я этого что-то не хочу. It's so cozy.
Блин, ну надеюсь, старшая меня простит за то, что я ебанул тут всех. И уж разговорчивости у меня немножко не хватает.
Here they come! There's one!
Да, блять, с такого расстояния хуй знает. Диксон. Диксон. Это что такое? Пяти.
Hey, I saw. What do you think you're doing?
Ладно, ладно.
Nice doing business with you. Haven't seen any new faces down here since I arrived. Not sure how long
Блять,
ago
надеюсь,
that
не
was.
насильно репутация.
McGred tends to incinerate anyone who comes by.
Ёпта, блять, вот это я что-то, блять, нахуй, да.
That's too bad. I mean, he was a scary fucker, total pyromaniac, but you know how it is. You meet a guy, get used to his quirks, and then blam. Junlei sent me down to collect the parts we need to fix the radiators. McRed got me all distracted sucking fumes and talking about the cosmos. I'll get back to my post.
Ну и пизду, ну и правильно, блядь, не подглядывай. Ну то ишь чё, блядь. Так, а как туда попасть? И ты лестницу проебал? Или чё? Ага, точняк. Охуеть, я это чтобы по стелсу проходить, да?
Junlei's gonna be pleased as pie when we show her these.
Ага.
I guess I'm honored.
Я у вас тут гербарий. Заметки младшего миколога. Устроившись на первопроходце, я думал, что это моя лестница в небо. Скоро стану героем-космиком, но теперь я выращиваю грибы для банды изгоев. Грибы даже на продажу не идут. Все съедают сырыми. Часть команды неделями смотрит глюки. Наверное, могло быть еще хуже. Мне рассказывали про наемника субсвету Тиль, которого растворили в кислоте и слили в канализацию из-за того, что он воровал лили. Вот Маркет всегда мне рад. Макрет. От меня грибным корешем. Важно, Макрет. Сжег человека за то, что тот шнурки не завязал. Срань. Нужно быть осторожнее с тем, что я выращиваю. Нужно найти что такое, что может его успокоить. Пора экспериментировать. Он уже успокоился. Эй. Фиг с ним. Я, блядь, что-то... Даже не особо задумываясь, куда распределяю очечки.
You've returned, and in one piece. Color me impressed. Good work. I'll take those. I need you to head through the large door at the far end of engineering. Take the elevator down into the machinery shaft. There's a terminal in the back. Activate it when I call over the ship's PA. And bring weapons. There's a slight mantipillar infestation. More than a few. Less than a hive. Nothing you can't handle. We were salvaging parts from a ship. Turned out there were eggs inside. They got into the radiators, and here we are. If every repair was a one-woman job, I wouldn't need an engineering team. As it is, my staff is busy keeping the station from melting down. You can flip a switch for me, but you can't install these parts. Not quickly, at least. Not on the first try. Able, though, you've proven to be.
Don't worry, Miss Junlei. We'll be super gentle with the ship. You don't got a thing to worry about. I mean, aside from fires and such.
I'm genuinely heartened to hear that. Thank you.
Я пожар или что-нибудь такое устроим.
Are we gonna get in trouble today?
The controls are in the back of the machinery shaft area. Keep clear of the radiators.
Нихуя, я такой же, только... Бля, горю. Такую же, только маленькую видел. А, это они поджигают. И еще одну. Выше где-то что ли? А. Блять. Нельзя использовать во время боя. Так. Это чё? Ай, жопа горит. Потушите мою жопу. Понятно, блять. Тогда... Где у меня вот эта электрическая пушка? А, я одним нажатием юзаю обе штуки, которые у меня там в быстром доступе. Ну чё, блядь? Так. Ой, что тут нихуя сколько всего.
Stop by once you found your way out of there. Groundbreaker owes you thanks.
Ай, блять, больно в ноге. Вязку на глаз надел. А зрение не изменилось, как будто... Он... Как будто не наделал вовсе.
My boards are returning to green. What a weight that is off my shoulders. I don't normally tolerate outsiders mucking about in my station's guts, but you're all right. The temperature should be dropping as we speak. I'll see to it the crew knows who kept us all from boiling alive. If you've got time, I believe Edna has a comms issue that could use your attention. I've also authorized Doc and Furu to sell you our premium meds.
Ничего и все. А, ну вот, репутация улучшена. Теперь они даже забудут, наверное, что я там что-то спиздил. Если даже со мной заговорить хочешь, можешь, будешь.
Me? No, but our relaying capabilities? That's on the final countdown. We're going offline in 3, 2, 1.5... No. Wait, I've lost track of my weeks. Maybe it was 36 or... sometime dire soon. Our primary relay station's soon to be occluded by a gas giant. Happens every 40 years or thereabouts. The event's forecasted to last for months, during which we'll lose signal to the station.
That'll put the whole system in a right dire situation.
We've got backup auxiliary relays, but the one currently in orbital range went offline some months ago. We can't spare people for routine
Эх,
maintenance.
придется починить, видимо, блин.
Sure, I mean they got their own relays and all, but they'll only send along messages the corporations pay for. And then they charge folks to send messages back, often more than they can afford. And none of that money goes to the Groundbreaker. Just tightens the board's grip on our throat. Not nearly as much, and that money goes to keeping the station operational, helps keep us independent. Before long, the only place for people to trade words and goods will be on Terra 2. That'd spell the end of Groundbreaker. Well, we wouldn't be utterly and completely blacked out, but we'd lose the majority of our comm traffic for sure. Ships and colonies on Terra 2 need a clear line from their communications towers to the Groundbreaker for the transmissions to make it through. If it's not clear, they transmit to the closest relay station, which stores the message, then passes it along when our orbits align. That they can, and they do. But only between ships owned by the same corporation. No corp will authorize sending messages, and no corp will relay messages for the Wildcat freighters. not without charging them more than they'll make in a single haul anyway. That's why we're the message hub. The Groundbreaker's neither corporate-owned nor board-controlled. Our comms are neutral. The others won't be in orbital range during the occlusion event. Isn't it some law of the universe? The relay I gotta rely on is, of course, the one on the fritz. Yeah, I'm working on it. I finally got the chief to approve the budget for it, but allocating the personnel loss for sending a technical team to the relay station keeps getting denied by Junlei. The chief.
The chief.
We don't know why it went down or if it's even a hardware-related issue. Getting a team out there takes time and money. And we do have multiple auxiliaries, just they won't be in orbital range during the next few months. If it weren't you save my comm center from chaos, I guarantee I'll get the chief to authorize some payment forms with your name on them while you're out fixing the station.
Какой-нибудь платеж на ваше имя. Угу.
I should say no,
100 рублей ковшик браги.
Why not? Maybe you can figure out why it's offline. I'll send you with an equipment manual. Hopefully we'll get lucky, or I'll get my approval in time.
Hope you don't mind if I borrow that manual when you're done with it, Captain. I could do with some leisure reading.
Oh, and I'll need you to retrieve a copy of the relay's backup data. I gotta forward any messages from Earth stored in the memory. Better late than never, eh? The relay stations orbit the edge of the Halcyon system, so they tend to receive the majority of any I'm sure the station's got a stack of junk messages just waiting for me to sort through. It's not like they're in high demand. Most tend to be adverts on new products, meaning only folks in Byzantium can afford them.
Так. Пиздец квестов, блядь. Хе-хе. Погнали, квест зададим. Я же его, получается, выполнил.
How goes the hunt? I've been ruminating on it, and I decided, if you ain't killed McRed yet, I want you to hurt. Nothing excessive, mind you, but the scoundrel deserves a light beating at least before he kicks off. I believe I'm growing fond of you, bounty hunter. If you got the Mardets backs, Here's the bounty payout. Nice work down there. With any luck, we can hire more sharp-eyed bounty hunters like you in the future. The outlaw scientist fella. If you have an inkling of the wheres or what fors of his location, Udon Bedford would surely like to hear it. To the board, yeah. You've read his wanted poster. Whole list of things to get their unders in a wad. But he's never done nothing to Groundbreaker, so I've no problem with him. We keep the poster up to keep the peace is all. With that
Так, дальше чё? Научное оружие. Охраняемся. Чё, а эти меня пускают? Ладно.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Do you have what it takes to defend your corp?
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. You must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex Hawthorne. And you are not he. Has something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer?
Scruffy freelancer.
Oh no, this is terrible. My dear friend, what devilry is this? In whose miserable fever dream am I trapped? Oh, Alex. There were so many. He was my dearest friend. My only friend. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us on the promenade, me hugging him, him wincing. I keep a copy beside my bed. Did he? Ah, that's just like him.
Sentimental
man. Tell me, how did he die? No! How dreadful. That was always Alex's greatest fear, you know. Devoured by those fiends. Becoming one with their droppings. Right. You're going important places, I'm sure. Big, exciting, important places. There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, before you go, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters.
Нихуя крыса, блять.
Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all? You haven't read the posters? He's a terrorist, a thief, a madman. It's really in the colony's best interest that we stop him before he does further harm. Well, Alex knew, or he said he did. And you have his ship. Maybe he kept some records around, or a conveniently placed note on his bedside table. That's... well, that's just terrible news. Law, what am I going to do? Oh, I'm sorry. This is terribly unprofessional of me. Is there anything else I might help you with? It's personal business, I'm afraid. Miserably, terribly personal. Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. It's... well, it's my white whale, I suppose. It's fine. Really, it's perfectly fine. I understand. Now, if you've nothing else, please see yourself out. I'd like to drown myself in work. Be my guest. I'm the certified representative of the board's interests here on the Groundbreaker. I'm their eyes, ears, and busy little hands. Better that than moving crates in the cargo bay.
You refer to the radiator issue? Oh, goodness, it was dreadful. Chief Tennyson certainly did take her time resolving it. I owe you a debt, then. I was going through 3-4 shirts a day. Deplorable conduct. My superiors will be hearing about it. You can be certain of that.
She did everything she could. It was your people's fault, not June Lay's.
My, aren't you... excitable. Oh, sweetie. I don't owe a grease-stained wrench jockey like her the time of day, let alone my deference. I'm sorry, my temper got away from me. Please accept my sincerest apologies to you and your friend.
Oh, I'm not used to folks saying sorry. It's not all right exactly.
Well, now that that's dealt with, was there anything else you wanted to discuss? Oh, you've noticed my friends. Wonderful. They're here to keep the peace, of course. Precisely. Groundbreaker makes much ado about its independent status and so resents any board presence, no matter how benign. When the alternative is board guards at their gates, yes, I do. They don't see it that way, of course, but I can't say I much care. A luxury stateroom, reserved for Chairman Rockwell's use. Oh, good law, of course not. He'd never set foot on this decrepit junk pile. As this office is the primary embassy for the board on Groundbreaker, corporate bylaws specifically state a room must be maintained for the chairman's exclusive use. Oh, good law! Who'd want to go to that toxic hell pit? No. Emphatically no. Unequivocally no. Immutably no. Best to be clear, I believe. Ask away.
О, нихуя, 10. Лифт? Куда лифт ведет? Я вскрыл. Еще нельзя. А, нужно бросить куда-нибудь. Так, что есть? Базовое здоровье. Скорость ходьбы, резкость критического удара. Вот это вот можно будет. А вот это вот точно можно будет. И это тоже. Это тоже. Так. Так. Очки сварщика. Техника 15, проницательность -1. Угу. Проницательность. А что проницательность? Не понял. Они одинаковые абсолютно. Коллегиально. Поставь блок ровно тогда, когда враг атакует в ближнем бою, можно ошеломить противника, он откроется. Откроется. Так. Верстак нужен. И по квестам там что у нас? Чуваки, есть верстак?
CNP near maple syrup. It's near this complete record.
Your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Ой, сколько хлама у меня.
It's almost time for today's episode of The Chairman's Children. Care to listen with me? When a charming copper cat...
Что, вот это вот нужно или это хлам? Блять, давай. О. А. Тут почитать. Ой. В старом датападе хранятся отчеты о происшествиях, с которыми столкнулись патрули морпехов. Большинство записей посвящены штрафам и перебранкам между экипажами вольных грузчиков и кораблей корпорации. Две записи как и не были закрыты. 7 августа 2344. Ответили на вызов с кодом ID-10T, поступивший из последней надежды. Первый просил нас вышвырнуть одну затонскую крысу, которая накачалась красной спектральной. Пьяный дурак цепился одним из людей инженера Теннисон. Мы вытурили ушлепка и бросили его в затоне. Придурок прятался всю дорогу и обещал отомстить, когда получит силу молота. Если это какой-то маркетинговый трюк, Хаммерсмит, я точно доложу Саните. Снова наткнулись на этого шлепка из последней надежды. Ума не приложу, как этому позорищу удалось выползти из затона незамеченным. Он запер себя в ремонтном боксе стыковочного отсека 13 и отказывался выходить. Еще не с какой-то бред о чудном оружии, хаос или подобной хрени. Когда мы пытались договориться после смены, мы оставили его, ушли рано или поздно, этот болван сам оттуда вылезет. И вот это давай, что это? А это что? А это не почитать? А чё она не... Блять. А. Как текстурки уебично грузится, прям, блять, смотреть тошно.
Hey there. Весеннее.
Охуеть. Ему похуй даже, что я к нему, блять, в коморку забрался. Ладно. Ой, а где этот драчун, который тут стоял? А кто возле моего корабля трется, блять? Слышь? Чё хотел? Ты, блять, ноздри тут не мочи нахуй.
Yes, I absolutely am. Just give me a shot. That's all I'm asking. I could be the best damn crew you ever hired.
Можешь не продолжать, ты принят охуенно вообще. Прям, блядь.
Oh, okay. Well, can you give me a couple of pointers? Hey, that's good advice. I like the way you think, boss. Besides, not like there's a line of folks standing around hoping to get on your ship. I'm persistent, I'm eager, and I'm showing initiative. What else do you want on your crew? Sure, an interview. That sounds fair. I mean, first time for everything, right? Ask me anything you like. It's delicious. Mock apple pie and a tropicale crust. Maybe with a little cream on top. Classic.
Блин, ладно. Думал, он что тут... Ой, блядь. Я тоже не знаю. 3,14. А остальные цифры, там же их, блядь, бесконечно дохуя.
Foreman told me my biggest problem was that I didn't take orders. I told him my problem is not with authority, it's with jackasses. So yeah, I guess my biggest flaw is that I don't suffer idiots. Hope that's not a deal breaker. Are you kidding? I love a good fight. One time, I took an autoloader's head clean off its servos with one swing of a tossball stick. You can count on me in a scrap, boss. That's a promise. Well, try my best. I appreciate you giving me another shot at least. If you change your mind, I'll be right here in the docking bays.
Странный какой-то хер, блядь.
Where are we headed today, Captain? The stars are the limit.
А, у меня же освободили корабль, можно летать. Точняк. Чё работать? Чё значит работать? Не понял. Починить так-то хотел куртки. Работа, например, непроницаемая одежда. Стоимость биток 56, броня. Бля, ладно. Что там по перевесу? Угу. Ой, она уровень получила. Базовое здоровье, дистанционный урон, сопротивление брони. Так вот. Уплотнять будем. Так, вон туда могу лететь. А куда? Тартар вообще, блядь, что-то под замочком. Двух. Знаешь что? Погнали сюда.
We are now in orbit above Edgewater, Captain.
Что-то не понял, где ты? Теперь понял. Что это за место такое? Надо тут посмотреть, что можно спиздить. Опа-на.
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they only come but once a month. I love the wind here.
Да, блядь. Мда. Гравитация снова победила. Ой, ты кто такой?
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning backup for months. You ever swung a truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up to snuff. I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies. Just my luck. I ask for backup and the boss sends me one of them simple folk. All right. Auto-mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant. Clatter. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering. I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Saw tuna cans, mostly. Some Spacer's chaw. Few bit cards. I'll reward you for your aid. Enlistment fees. Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the Resistance a bad name. They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind our beloved town. This scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report back. Mechanicals got a weak spot in their midsections. I think the technical term is, the blue glowy square thing. Go on. I'm Ludwig Miller, Associate Security Officer for Transportation. Officially, unofficially, strictly between you and me, I am the only thing standing between Edgewater and total annihilation.
У бедного фляга протекла. Ой. Ну-ка, расцвел, нет? Эджуотер. Так, мне вот сюда вообще надо было.
It's a fine new day in Edgewater. The cannery hums. I suppose this means the two of you were able to sort out the matter? I am somewhat taken aback by that. Given the heat between her and Mr. Thompson, what deal did you strike with her, I wonder? From our own graveyard, just outside the gates. And Silas had not even an inkling. What do they...
He spends all day digging graves, Vicar. Sir. Sometimes he's gotta sleep.
Yes, of course. My reaction was unreasonable.
Flowers grow well enough, and creeping ivies, and the fuzzies that grow on rocks, but we don't eat none of that.
It is my understanding that none of the local life, plant or animal, is edible. Earth crops are grown in farms, not isolated cannery towns. Once the spark of life is fled, the mortal form is but unanimated matter, comprised of the same elements as the rest of the universe. We inter for the comfort of the living, not the benefit of the dead. While distasteful, I would judge Ms. McDevitt's actions beneficial to the greater good. Then I would counsel them to work through their emotions and assess the matter. Animals are ruled by their hearts. Humans were gifted with intellect for a purpose. I've never seen you before, and there's been no paperwork indicating a transfer. Also, pretty
It's just... there's more to it all than numbers. Sorry.
Oh, nothing could be further. I'm simply bemoaning the level of spiritual awareness in this town. No, I am not. Though there is something. I must double my efforts to elevate my flock. These are good, hard-working people. They who are not satisfied with their work... The OSI teaches that the Grand Architect set a perfect... The Order of Science... You don't talk to the Grand Architect. Once the universe was set in motion, it stepped back. It has no concern for us. We will eventually... Some even believe this old... I would love to discuss the... Seriously, though. They who are not satisfied with their work are satisfied with nothing. Selling? Have you? I'm...
То есть он один раз только свои услуги предлагал. Я думаю, сейчас он еще раз скажет, бля, погнали. Ну, может, передумаешь?
I heard you were able to bring the errant children back to the flock.
Ну и в пизду тебя тогда.
Something you need?
Time changes all things. Even Reed's stranglehold over Edgewater must inevitably yield to the attrition of time. The garden will bloom anew. I have plans to transform the old cannery into a nursery, with crops enough to feed a town. Start anew. Edgewater will become the town it was meant to be. A place where we live in harmony with the world. Where none of... A place where all are welcome. Saltuna was making the town sick. From now on, if anybody's hungry, they may feast from the bounty of the soil. But of course, and now we have a whole cemetery to ourselves.
Так. Ну, бля. Я отсюда пришел? Вроде да. Так, а чё этому-то на квест какой он там, блядь? А вот. Блядь, ты зачем ты повисла?
Aw, he ain't no threat. Bet I could fix him up smart.
Searching for repair bay. Error. Navigation systems failed. Unable to comply.
I could probably fix that. I mean, if you wanted me to. That's not bad work, ma'am. You done this before?
Navigation systems operational. Optimal path toward repair bay detected. Initiating self-diagnostics. Spacer's Choice reminds all colonists that serving the Spacer's Choice family is the highest possible reward. I have been programmed to deliver this free.
Так, и чё?
Self-diagnostics initiated. Please do not disturb.
Тубзик надо обязательно заглянуть. То мало ли.
never seen the Veil, did I? You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its head case? Actually, don't tell me. Rather use my... You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is legion. What you need is an equalizer, a weapon, cantina, lavatory, behind one of the toilets. That's where I've kept it hidden all these years. Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very last place a mechanical... On the double, soldier. Don't want the bartender poking around in there with a mop.
Нихуя себе, ну-ка, ну-ка, ну-ка. Давай-ка глянем. Где вход?
Something got you down?
Nothing. Just don't want to fall sick.
Ох, нихуя. Ты даже говорить со мной диалоги будешь?
So, here we are. What's your excuse? Not like you're being compelled to stick around. Why? Are you recruiting? I'm kidding. I don't want to miss the next series of The Masked Marketeer. No, it's a relief. I missed having a real bed and a functioning latrine.
Да.
Town's been humming with power.
Чем, блядь?
What can I do for you? Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor? Experience was my teacher. Experience and... So, you want to be an embalmer. Brochures 1 through 5. Courtesy of the space... Go ahead.
Да, еще по старой памяти-то заглянуть. Дед.
Please, what?
Ой, да, блядь, ладно.
Wish we had some better rations.
Nothing I can do about that. Hey, thanks for helping me back in that cave. You got a real knack for curative work.
I don't know what you did to talk some sense into Zoe, but I appreciate it. Hard to say. Without Reed, we've got the run of the town. Adelaide went on about living in harmony with one another and whatnot.
I've got nothing on my back. Almost lost a finger in the cannery today.
We should keep our voices down.
Ладно, погнали, дадим этому поехавшему оружие или что там я нашел. Мне надо, наверное, шторы закрыть, свет включить. А то что-то на улице темнеет. Ох, нихуя. Тут прям вот так вот показывают. Офигеть.
Never seen the veil. Feast your eyes, soldier. This here is a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. I call it the hand. You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand volts in its guts. With compliments from old Ludwig. There's a workbench right through this door. Attach that unit to your favorite weapon, and time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a passcode from the boss, Reed Thompson.
Ты тут за воротами ты сидишь, вообще новостей не знаешь. Рид Томпсон-то все уже съебался.
I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomically speaking, what we're looking for is a logic module. Don't tell anyone, all right? I've got a contact. A real expert in the inner work. Well, excuse me. What I meant was I'm going to get a contact. Didn't know I had to be all prissy about my grammar around you. Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform.
Чё, блядь?
So this is it then. I would reward you with the grat.
Чё, блядь? 12 тысяч спы. Хорошо. У меня вот еще... Где там, блядь? Сабля какая-то была. Куда она делась? Где-то по квесту, видимо, сдал. Ладно.
Ah, your face is a sight for sore ocular processors, Captain. Or rather, your headgear is.
Так. Погнали сюда. Новая какая-то территория. Очень любопытно. Очень. Что, тут уже какие-то опасные сущности, блять. Так, это что, электрическая пушка? Не понял. А, плазменная электрическая. А тут кто, роботы?
It's a touch different from the ones I've seen. Shouldn't be so hard to get it patched
Роботы.
up, though.
Блять, на засове. А я уж уебать хотел по своей новой палкой смешной. Что это я сделал? Что-то сделал. Посмотрите, руководство к охранному автоматону. Печатная инструкция покрыта почти нечитаемыми каракулями. Целые параграфы перечеркнуты яростными чернильными линиями. Некоторые страницы даже надорваны из-за того, что писавший очень сильно давил на ручку. Единственный раздел, описывающий правила постановки автоматона на зарядку, поставлен почти нетронутым. В тексте обведены случайные буквы, словно владелец пытался найти какое-то тайное послание. Дневник Фрея. Прекрасный сон. Прошлой ночью мне снился удивительный сон. Улицы Византия. Были украшены алыми стягами, развившимися по ветру. Мне тоже предложили несколько таких, чтобы дать родственникам. Я взял их, прижал к груди и почувствовал себя счастливым. Я обернулся и увидел рядом Делайлу. Я не стал спрашивать, что здесь делает моя начальница, но посмотрел в ее глаза и видел там какие-то чувства, которые она испытывает, не рискует проявлять на работе. Я увидел ее шею алой материи, повязав ее так как шарф, промозглый день. Очень красиво, но потом в алом цвете ее шея открылся второй рот и начал кричать. Тогда я от ужаса проснулся. Сны стали такими реальными. В этот раз я даже лицо запомнил. Пришлось сегодня пораньше с работы уйти. Каждый раз, когда смотрел на Делай, думал, что ей очень пошел алый цвет на ее шее. Все, хватит, я не такой. Я таким не стану. Нужно обратиться за помощью. А, на зарядку это. Эта хуета встала на зарядку? Бля.
For me.
Тактический дробовик, нихуя себе. Дневник Фрея. Побег. Мне пришлось начать новый дневник. Не могу читать ранее записи. Начинаю слышать голоса. Голоса не затихают. Каждый раз, когда я кого-то вижу, голоса велят помочь. Они показывают мне боль и тоску в их глазах. Они рассказывают, как эти люди жалеют, нет, нуждаются в тех дарах, что я могу принести. Что для этого нужно одно. Движение же яркий фонтан алого, который радует глаз. Вся боль уйдет. Это я могу сделать, я знаю, как им помочь. С каждым разом держаться все сложнее. Сегодня я видел друга, старого друга со школьных времен. Он теперь работает врачом у тети Клео. Сказал ему про свои сны. Нет, не прям вот так, нет. Я не такой глупый, сказал, что читал об этом в старой книге. Писал ему голоса и сны, так будто все это происходит с персонажем из книги. Спросил, как бы он мог. Персонаж, он посмотрел на меня, и я понял, что он знает. Голоса велели помочь ему, избавить его от боли, иначе он всем расскажет. Я встал и быстро ушел. Я не тронул его, нет. Придется покинуть Византий. Он расскажет. Не придут и запрут меня. Нужно найти укрытие, будто место, где я буду один, место без голосов. Ну, вот интересно, если эту вот хуйню взорву, сигнализация типа сработает. Вот из этих вот дудок. Или чё? И да, надо пушку эту поменять. Или вот так вообще. Дневник Фрея. Источник. У голосов есть источник. Я его нашел. Теперь у меня есть убежище на орбитальном ретрансляторе. Одно меньше каморки рабочего, насколько... Ресничка в глаз попала. На меньше каморки рабочей несколько тысяч квадратных метров для моих нужд. Этого достаточно. Не удалось бежать из Византии достаточным количеством битв, чтобы хватило на десятилетия. Очень странно было находиться среди обычных людей на первопроходцев. Голоса были едва слышны, они не цеплялись из этих худых, бедных, изуродованных и немытых тел. Не будет здесь грузовиков, доставляющих настоящих людей из Византии, я бы мог остаться тут, не испытывая искушения, почти свобода, почти. Стоило сделать это место пригодным для жизни, но вроде того, как я начал слышать голоса из ретрансляционного терминала. Они велели слушать сообщения, пришедшие по волнам эфира. Они вызывают ко мне одинокие, потерянные. Те, кому нужна моя помощь. Я нашел способ отключить передатчик. А, ну вот кто, блядь. Да, покостил тут. Сообщения пришествия. Они вызывают ко мне одинокие, потерянные. Нужна моя помощь. Я нашел способ отключить передатчик. Больше никаких посланий, никаких голосов. Тихо, они замолчали. Дело было не во мне, я не сумасшедший, нет. Я не гнусная тварь, который боялся стать. Это все были голоса на волнах эфира, они приказывали мне нападать на других. Я оказался сильнее, я победил их. Я уже начал составлять планы по возвращению домой. Теперь, когда голоса побеждены, я могу жить снова, скорее бы вернуться. Я так скучаю по семье и коллег, особенно по Длайле. Приколяешь? Чела фляга протекла. Тут клубзиком ничего интересного не спрятано.
Oh, gosh. He's dead, Amy.
Вот если Степану не сказал, я бы его даже и не заметил, наверное. Я ошибался, страшно ошибался. Голоса не стихли, нет, они вернулись, они орут на меня, требуя, чтобы я вернулся домой и окрасил улицу алым, ярко-алым, прекрасным алым. Я могу придумать лишь один способ. Это остановить, прости меня, Лейла. — 26 из 28 в рабочем состоянии. Бля, я надеюсь, мне эти оставшиеся два, которые не в идеальном состоянии, не придется чинить. Чё, кто там, блядь, красненький только что был? На радаре только что кто-то красненький был. Это хуйня. Так. Такая музыка еще будто нагнетающая. А, блять, только дошло. Ладно. Думал, там еще один большой этаж.
Where are we headed today, Captain? The stars are the limit.
Погнали, сдадим этот квест.
We've arrived at the groundbreaker.
Бля, все равно ему как-то не особо доверяю. Нихуя себе. Нихуя себе. А что там сотрудница лежит? Такая не шевелится что-то. Коста по ремонту кухонного автоматона. Служение ремонт. Внимание, пожалуйста, соблюдайте все правила безопасности. Видимо, правила безопасности, блять, не соблюдал. Но ебаный в рот. Пожалуйста, соблюдайте все правила безопасности при обслуживании и чистке своего автоматона. ЦСР F900. Оборудован системой защиты от взлома, которая в случае угрозы включает механизм самоуничтожения. Самозащита обладает более высоким приоритетом, чем миролюбие. Пожалуйста, не забывайте отключать и убирать все рубящие, режущие, смешивающие. Блять, коты, вы чего вы меня пугаете? Отбивающие, пилящие, измельчающие насадки перед тем, как открывать служебные панели. Весьма важно. Последняя часть инструкции заляпана пятнами крови. Да, блять.
Some condiments are not for use with some meals. Napkins are this unit dispense proteins for this unit would clarify. There is a dead user error in the maintenance of this unit's cutlery engaged several systems at once. The slicer, the grinder, the tenderizer. This unit is not designated for cleaning duties and cannot be compelled to accept another unit's responsibilities. This unit behaves precisely as it was engineered. Neither this unit nor its corporate proprietor claim any responsibility. Beginning dispensing sequence. Please
My comm center already got an update ping from the backup relay. I trust every... Thanks. That's odd. The only messages in the queue are encrypted ones. Looking at the transmission logs, the relay hasn't received a single unencrypted message in the past 36 months. Must be on account of some new security red tape. Well, whatever's the cause, the board and the Earth Minister will see it sorted. Thanks again for saving my derriere. I secured quite the payment authorization for you from Chief Junlei. Try not to spend it all in one place.
1500, нихуя. Ну тут главное экспы навалили вообще хорошо. Вот так экспы навалили прям.
Routing through the backup relay.
Репутация улучшена. Ты что-то скажешь по этому поводу? Дружелюбная. Охуительно. Так.
I was doing some maintenance on the radiators and found this lying around.
Ладно. Так. Что по квестам? А, это на корабле. Блять, был на корабле 2 раза. Ни разу не спросил. А чё, я ж могу робота вот этого вот сделаю, когда взять и, блять, вообще ничего не страшно будет. А, она в любом случае за 10 тысяч продает.
Pick up any more strays while you were out? I suppose if the crew's quarters fill up, we could hang hammocks in the cargo hold.
Hey, Captain. Can I get your temperature on something real quick? What? No. If it were, I'd be hollering loud enough to wake the dead. So, Junlei and I have been talking some. Through messages? I got him here on my data pad. She sent me a poem. One she wrote... I don't know if I should read into it. Because poems are all symbolic and such, right? It's not so good. But real sweet. Oh, law. That's what's got me spooked. I don't rightly know. It's about this engine that's been shaking itself apart. Then this lady mechanic comes by and lays one hand on it. And the trouble goes away. It sings. I don't want to get too hopeful, but I'm wondering if maybe she's the engine and I'm the lady? It's a real romantic poem. It made my chest hurt, kinda. I don't know where it's leading yet, or if I'm misinterpreting. I'm not much interested in physical stuff. Never have been. Leastways, not like other folks seem to be. It's been a problem in the past. The folk who wanted to be with me back in the Vale, they said I was cold. To me, the best thing was always just sharing space with somebody. When folks start implying you're a little different from an automechanical, I guess I just needed to talk. I'm feeling a touch better. Thanks for... I actually had another message from Junlei. I just couldn't work up the courage to open it. But I'm gonna change that. Let's see here. Talking about old friends, got to thinking... Isabel? Who's Isabel? They were close, Captain. Like, more than friends close.
Хуя варианты какие.
I don't know. Junlei talked about them like it was past, but how far in the past? Captain, I'm feeling all mixed up right now. Could we maybe head to the Groundbreaker? Get some drinks at that bar there? The Lost Hope? Maybe for you. I start thinking about all the things she could say and my guts start crawling up my throat. I'm full serious. Next time we're on the Groundbreaker, I aim to get a drink. If I got to, I'll do it on my lonesome. But I'd feel better if someone I trusted was there.
Бать, как торжественно уровень дают. Ой, это что за куртка? Навыки лидерства. Круто. Так, что, защиту подкачать? Так. Ебать, тут что-то у меня. Автомаг. Чё? Так. Если у меня тактический дробовик появился, то, думаю, обрез можно разбирать. Гранатомет. Нахер. Так, это надо оставить. 12 патронов. Не. Так, тут чё? Ой. Скорость атаки в ближнем бою. А хуй с ним. Погнали. Так, а чё я? Где я? Куда я? Первопроходца. А вот сюда полетели. Вжух.
Destination reached. Scylla. Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? Yes, Captain. Beginning playback now.
There's viscera and death everywhere. Gunfire, gnashing teeth. The unemployed. For law's sake, if anyone's receiving this, please send help. What? No! No, no, no!
Captain, we are now capable of accessing the Roseway landing pad. Also, corporate protocol requires that all distress signals include a list of key personnel for retrieval. The embedded names are Anton Crane, Vaughn Cortez, and Orson Shaw. I'll be here.
Конечно, ты здесь будешь, куда ты денешься. Так, а что там? Угу. Так, а, блядь, по пушкам-то точно. Что у меня там? Электрическая, это дробовик, это снайперка. А, ну, пулемет. Ой, ай, ой, ай, ой, блядь, верните FPS.
This is real space, isn't it? Empty and silent. I never thought I'd see the like. I'd look up at night, but
Угу.
this is foilsome.
Бля, опять сраку выставил. А чё, блин? Ладно, другую пушку возьму. Что-то тут как-то... Ой, а что такое? Давай, мать. Хватит прикидываться, блядь. Просто космос видит в вас изъян, подробно об изъянах. Во время путешествий с вашим персонажем может случиться что-то такое, из-за чего принимать изъян не обязательно, но если вы согласитесь, то получите способность решать вам. Чё? Уязвимость к плазме. После множества ожогов вы стали более уязвимы к плазменному урону. Одну очку сюда. Так, что тут? И вот из новых я еще не читал. Штраф, точность движений. Восстановление при убийстве. Урон от научного оружия. Скорость движения во время бонус к урону, попадание в голову или слабое место. Это хороший. Дальность подсветки и взаимодействия увеличивает дистанцию, на которой начинают подсвечиваться все интерактивные объекты, включая те, что находятся вне поля вашего зрения. Можете так заморочить голову торговцам, что они отдают вам больше битов, чем должны. Когда вы наносите врагу критическую, существует вероятность, что перезарядится умение одного из напарников. Когда используется умение напарника, существует вероятность, что перезарядится умение другого напарника. Охуеть. Количество врагов сокращает время, оставшееся на перезарядку умений напарников. Установить небольшое количество здоровья, когда вы убиваете врага. Хуя себе 15% небольшое количество, блядь. Значительно снижает вес расходуемых предметов. Увеличивает бонус к максимальной грузоподъемности от ваших напарников. Мозг ваш навыку общения, если в вашем отряде нет напарников. Вот это, наверное, возьму. Очень интересно выглядит. Верстак. Старая газета «Циркачи» представляют шоу первобытных артистов. Приходите все. Циркачи превратят ваш район в цирковый городок. Наши патентованные первобытные артисты могут танцевать, петь, есть и танцевать. Ясно, танцевать любят. Хотите покормить первобытных? 2 бита за коробку шпрысиных хвостиков. Хотите взять первобытного домой? Обратитесь к нашим юристам. Интересуйтесь расширенной индивидуальной программой и знакомьтесь с прейскурантом на люкс-услуги. Следите за небом. Первобытные идут. Ни при каких обстоятельствах первобытные не должны покидать вольер. Первобытные едят людей. Первобытных без присмотра сообщите руководству циркачей. Не воздействуйте на первобытных оружейным огнем, громкими звуками или грубыми словами любого толка. Мускус первобытный едок. Не погружайте часть тела в мускус первобытных. Сотрудники циркачей никогда не рекомендуют гостям касаться мускуса первобытных. Никогда. А, блядь, звуки такие издают. Ой, блядь. Гигант. Карманные часы, зажигалка, удлинитель и остальная всякая хуйта. Какой-то иммун, что ли, к этому называется. К плазменному урону. Так, что, в обратную сторону, видимо, можно тут выбраться, да? Или нет? Ну это ладно, мне пока все равно туда не надо. Ой, блядь. Ладно. Я думал, просто уткнусь носом, блядь, и ничего не будет. Ладно, погнали на эту лестницу, посмотрим. Эх, вот бы фонарик. Понятно, тут не вылезть. Ай, ой. Я можно баловаться даже. Штурмовая винтовка Остроглаз. Нихуя, ну-ка, ну-ка. Я даже не глянул предварительно, что у меня тут новое есть.
Here we go. Pass that armor.
Так, а в этой винтовке какие приколы? Ошеломление. Казнь. Хуяси. Ну, это попизже будет. Ну и уровень 11, вот и 2 всего. Так, у меня в оружии стоит плазменная винтовка, тактический дробовик и снайперка. Значит, можно разобрать. Это можно разобрать. Шоковое оружие нужно. Вот это, наверное, можно тоже уже. 6, 5. Ладно. Ой, сколько курточек. 24 брони. Шлем с подкладкой. Навык общения, навык общения. Свинцованная броня. Броню не лизать, ну пиздец. Как быть теперь? И нахер она тогда нужна, если ее нельзя лизать? Я себе экспы наварили. Батя, чё они так быстрее сносятся? Изнашиваются. Я грузоподъемность. Ингалятор напавших напарниках. Блядь, а как его использовать-то? Или это нужно сначала вот это вот изучить? А, ну, блядь, сюда же нужно вставить. И залезть нельзя в трубу.
Got it. Heads down.
Ой, блядь, не та пушка. Ох, нихуя там. А, первобытный дикарь. Гигант. И это тоже гигант. Ну, видимо, придется с ними постреляться, блядь, еще если ними не это. Даже, блядь, близко их не видел. Спящих только. Не заводится. Чё, кого? Вот кто там? Бандит-налетчик. Так, что, карта? В общем, ладно. Сохраняемся. И все. Завтра будем продолжать.